What is up? What is up, y'all? It is day 112. Let me go and see if I can switch that up right there. There we go. We are at about 2,100, and I believe 4 or like 3 is kind of iffy subscribers, which is pretty damn good, pretty damn cool. Thank you all so much for hitting that sub button and joining this journey. I meant to go live yesterday, y'all, but yesterday was just so busy. I ended up going out to eat. I ended up watching the movie Avatar, which that movie was great. It was just super damn long, though, and I think it could have been a 2-hour movie. It did not need to be no damn 3-hour movie, okay? But it was something. It was still a really good movie. Like to see that. But I'm just so happy to be back doing these damn live streams. The only thing is that I was kind of hoping to have the live stream kind of prepared and ready, because if you guys known or seen my previous stream, I was talking a lot about how I wanted to do the new live stream thing that I was planning, which was probably playing like Scribblio with some of you guys, or just different things like that, doing spin the wheel. So I have none of that even ready because I didn't have much time to set it up within these 2 days. I do want to talk about my IT support studying and a couple of things that I ended up seeing career-wise within my company and within internal transfers. Because I just wanted to let y'all know some of the stuff. And it's pretty crazy because, so for one, what I wanted to get into is I finally finished studying the operating system. Y'all can clap that up for me. I've quizzed myself on it and I have passed multiple times with the operating system. And I think that is really goated. I was so happy with that. And I just made sure to quiz myself on every single subtopic. And I was just doing really great. But we also have some good news is I finally started the security section, and I am literally towards the end of finishing subtopic number 1, and I believe there are 11 subtopics, so hopefully my goal is probably by like March 14th to hopefully be done with the security section. But like I said, I don't want to make expectations because then I start to get down and get hard on myself. But it's a goal, but I'm gonna try and not really care whether I live up to that or not. But so far, though, the security section has actually been really easy because when I was looking at the subtopic 1, I'm pretty sure y'all could actually end up seeing it as well, where, as I don't need that earphone, but where pretty much, it's all starts with physical security, like cameras. I forgot what the other ones are called, but I don't think I took a note on it because I literally quizzed myself and then I passed it with ease because I feel like we kind of can get the gist of physical security in a way. Like you don't really need to know or take a lot of notes for that stuff because some of it was like surveillance cameras, some of it was the bollards or bollards, I forgot how you pronounce it, but badge readers, right? And if you work in a company, most of the time, like what a badge reader is, what a physical key is. Everyone should hopefully know what a physical key is, but then you got the smart key, you got the mobile key, and different things like that. And then, like I said, the surveillance cameras, you got lighting, and what were the other topics in there that it was kind of like you didn't really need to study for it in a way. Even if they gave you like a scenario, it's something that's like so easy, like alarm system, motion sensors, door locks, equipment locks, security guards, right? So instead of taking notes on everything, I think I only took a note on bollards. I don't know how to pronounce that. And access control, vestibule, and then that was kind of how far I ended up getting. So then I was like, wait a second, all this is kind of easy. So I just stopped taking notes and I immediately just took an exam, a 25 question exam, and I passed the entire thing very easily. I think I probably got like 2 wrong out of 25. And then I was looking at the extra stuff, which was the physical access security, which I quizzed myself on, which is the retina scanner, fingerprint scanners, palm scanners, facial recognition, voice recognition, key fobs, smart cards, and I decided to just quiz myself on that too, because I'm like, all of this kind of seems simple. Like, it doesn't seem like I need to actually take notes on this stuff. So I quizzed myself on another 25 questions with those topics, and I ended up passing again, only getting 2 or 3 wrong. So I was like 22 out of 25 or 23 out of 25. That is perfectly fine, and I decided to move on, which is what I'm currently learning right now, is I'm taking notes on the logical security section. But so far, I think I have notes going all the way up to, I think, data loss prevention. Because the only thing is that I think I know what all of this is, but when it gets mentioned in a quiz, instead of saying, the whole sentence of short message service, it's just gonna say SMS. And obviously that's easy because we know that, right, as messages. But for instance, one of the things could be privileged access management, and I know what that is, but if it says PAM or PAM, that's gonna ultimately confuse me because it's like, it's not saying what the whole thing is. So the only reason why I'm taking notes on this section is just so that I can remember what the full name of it is when it's gonna say MDM. It's not gonna say mobile device management. So right now I'm doing the data loss prevention, which is literally one of the last things that pops up when it's talking about the what is it called? The authentication and access section, or the logical security section. And then there's probably one more after, which is the directory services. So we're literally right at the end of subtopic 1. So that's really good. And then we're going to be jumping to subtopic 2, which also seems a little bit more easier as well. I honestly was afraid of getting into security, but kind of thinking about it, I feel like most of the time you kind of do this stuff or you know about it without really even realizing, like multi-factor, like we're so used to multi-factor setups or like passwords or whatever the hell it's called. And they're asking multi-factor authentication, and they're asking a lot of questions about that, and we kind of get forced to do that for a lot of apps that we download. So you don't really gotta know too much, you just already know it. I think where it's probably going to get more harder is when we get into malware and detection tools and stuff like that. And then probably literally from there moving forward is where it's going to get difficult. But right now we're in the beginning section, and I'm literally like cruising by, which is great and gives me, just a lot more confidence. But I wanted to let y'all know is I was literally looking at another internal transfer, right, at my company, which I do work in a government building. I don't like to say what building it is or exactly where I work, and that's just personal for me. I just don't want people to know. But inside of this government building, I was just looking at the internal transfers again, and tell me why they have, and this time it's not an entry-level IT support job, but it is a tier 2 IT support job, which is obviously after entry level, right? And pretty much in this tier 2 position, it was literally offering, because I said tier 1 down in Washington, I think that was offering 88K a year to like 100 and something K a year, right? But then this one being tier 2, this one was actually in Denver, and it was offering 98K to like another 100 and something. And I was like, oh my goodness, just for a tier 2 position. But obviously it makes sense because the job in the current company I work in is a government building, which is why a lot of people tend to want to work in government buildings, especially in IT, because it just pays so much more. And so seeing that, like I said, it gives me a lot of confidence, but the only thing that makes it a bit scary is every time I do tend to hop on the website, it is you don't really see a lot of these positions, but they do come out throughout the year. So in my head it's just kind of like, damn, when, like, I really would have to make sure that I'm logging on specifically when they offer it in my company, and if they offer it in my company, And I'm just like, damn, that's tough. Because I am definitely willing to move, but there's only 3 other states, which I'm not going to say what the states are until I end up taking it. But there's only 3 other states I'm willing to like genuinely go move to work in like an IT field or IT company if I had to move. Obviously, I would prefer for my internal transfer to just be in my company, literally in the same building. But I was like, oh my goodness, you said what website are you seeing these roles? These roles are literally in my company's website. It's an internal transfer, so it's not external. Nobody external could see these roles. You need to work in the company, and then you would need to go towards like the careers or whatever, and then boom, it ends up popping up. But that's the reason why I pay so much though, because it's like I said, the position that I work in is a government role. So, But surprisingly, you don't need a security clearance, because everyone kept telling me that I was going to need a security clearance, but when I was looking at the application, it does not ask for a security clearance, and they wouldn't give me the offer if I didn't qualify, if that makes sense. So I was like, oh damn, that's crazy. Like I wish I was working an actual IT support role, but I probably wouldn't want to go work in Denver. That's where it's kind of like, like I only have 3 states, including, well, 4 states, including my state, that I would be down to work in this position for. Like, I don't care if I had to up and move, but Denver and Washington are not one of them, man. They are not one of them, but they literally pay a lot just for some basic roles in a way. And it's not like basic, but like if you go anywhere else, and that's why I kept saying it was crazy when I seen the entry level position be, and the pay was 88K to 100. I was like, oh my goodness, because if you look at entry level positions anywhere else, especially outside of this government role, it's normally like $20, $23 an hour. So I was like, damn, 88K, like, am I tripping? Like, and I kept rereading it. I even have a screenshot of it on my phone, because obviously at this point, that was like months down the line, so someone already got that position. But I was just like, that is crazy that they pay that much for an entry level role in this company. Like, I had no clue, which is why I'm kind of trying to stay in this company. So if there is an internal transfer, praying that it's at this company or in a specific state that I'm down to move to, because I would love to get that position. I would love it. But then, like I said, the one I was looking at was tier 2 anyway, so technically I didn't obviously qualify because I don't have the experience that they would want me to have. But man, I was like, bruh, that's why I always be telling people, like, if you can get into a company and they have a good, like, IT team, you don't necessarily have to go there and try to externally apply into the IT support realm. You could just join the job, even if you have to start as a damn, custodian, or start as whatever, the front desk clerk or something. Because as soon as you get on that internal transfer level, you can end up transferring into the IT fields. The only problem is, though, is that it's obviously going to take time, because more than likely a position isn't going to open up unless somebody retires or quits. And at my specific company, I don't really see who these IT people are. Maybe I see them, but I don't know that they're IT people. So it's kind of hard for me to tell whether, like, the team is young or older. So I'm just like, I don't even know where the hell these people are. I don't know who anyone is. Because apparently I heard that they are there, but I'm like, where? Because everyone looks the same. Like, I don't know. So it's crazy. Because it's not like they have them dressing a certain way. Or, we all literally dress the same. You would never know what someone's position is unless you see them doing that activity. But yeah, that's why I'm so happy, though, that my current position as of right now, it really does deal with the client support side of things. But it doesn't deal with technical things. But if this position were to ever open up, I could probably use my current experience right now as a way to kind of get in for the client side. But of course, my technical expertise would need to come from my freelance work that I've been doing, which I've actually been doing. I do a lot of freelance work, and stuff like that, which is good. So that would have to be my little thing. But, jobs genuinely prefer you to have actual, like, job work experience. And I don't work in an actual IT support job yet. So I'm just like, it's a possibility that they might say no. But to be honest, as an internal transfer, I don't think many people in my company even kind of know about the position. If there was a position to open up, I kind of have a feeling that I would get it. It's just about when the hell are they going to open it. And I also have to remind myself to keep looking, because I always forget. I always forget to sign on. And I genuinely need to just sign on like every couple of weeks, because I don't even know if a position could have opened up from like now to a month ago, because I didn't check. So I'm like, that would piss me off if I ended up finding that out later. I'm like, really? But I don't think so. So far it's been really... I think I've only been looking so far for like 2 months or 3 months before them, or no. I think it might have been a month before this last month. So I haven't really been looking for that long to see how long it will take for them to open something, but it's crazy. And I'm gonna go see, because I think I screenshotted it, but I obviously can't show it because it's an internal transfer, so I'm sure that I would get in trouble if I showed it. But what's crazy though is that the days off are good. It was Saturday, Sunday. And it was a morning shift. Damn. But I'm sorry, I just can't go to Denver. I cannot go to Denver, and that posting should be up for another 15 days too. And then, like I said, it's a tier 2 anyway. So since I doubt they would give me a tier 2, especially if I haven't even worked a tier 1. And then yeah, last but not least, the salary range literally says 98 to 135,000. That's crazy. That is crazy for a damn tier 2. And like I said, that's internal. So I'm pretty sure the ones, like the people who are probably going to actually end up getting that are probably the people who are working tier 1 in Denver. I guarantee it, someone's going to end up getting that damn role that's already in Denver because it's an internal transfer. It's not external. I'm like, more than likely they would just accept their own people in that company in a way. Um, but I have noticed for different positions though, they definitely do. There definitely tends to be other people that come from different states sometimes, for different positions inside of this company. So it's possible that someone like me could get it. But it's tier 2, so I wouldn't even apply. I don't really want to go to Denver, but if it was just in those 4 states, man, trust me, I'll be applying like crazy. But I just got to make sure I keep hopping on. Um, but yeah, so far we ended up getting into that security section, and I've been doing very well so far. Hopefully, it doesn't end up getting hard, but man, I can just see it coming. But some of these subtopics though are kind of short, like subtopic 9. Granted, it's a compare and contrast between data structures and disposal methods. So I'm like, it could be hard. That's probably why there's not that damn much in there. But we'll see. We'll see how far I can end up getting today. Because right after this stream, I plan to literally just go on a whole studying binge. To be honest. Well, actually, because you remember how I mentioned in my previous stream how I wanted to do like early access to some videos that I'm already filming because this channel is called Marzi's Journey. Oh, good morning, Harsh. Good morning. How are you, my guy? But how pretty much I wanted to give like early access to journey videos that I have already created because my channel is called Marzi's Journey and my goal has always been to record my journey on whatever it is, right? And so far, web design was the first one, and then IT support happened to just be the second topic, which is probably going to be the longest topic, to be honest, because there's so much you can do in IT support. But my goal has always been to add different things. So, for instance, if I wanted to write a book, like I would have documented the whole thing. Not saying the book is going to be crazy or even physical copied. It probably just would have been on like the app. But I think you can make like a free ebook online or whatever and then charge it or something. But do stuff like that. Or shoot, what if I wanted to make my first ever hard copy, but I wouldn't necessarily like just sell it for real, it would just be for me. Different things like that, I would document it, right? No matter what the topic is. If I want to, learn how to draw, learn how to box, I've always said that this channel is meant to document every day of that on live stream. And then, of course, the content or the YouTube videos are supposed to be more of the like polished side of things. And I tried to do that with IT support where I kind of polished what it looked like to learn IT. But I think the hardest part is that not a lot of people who are learning IT want to see someone learning IT. I feel like they just kind of want a tutorial. And or if they do want to see someone learning, it's hard to make a title convey that this is a beginner learning something. Without it looking like I'm trying to give a tutorial, if that makes sense. So I learned with IT support, the best way to make content for it is to kind of latch on to broader topics and just kind of talk about it and then have the live streams be where I'm studying. And then, of course, when I get my certifications, when I get the job, talk about those things. But as of right now, it's tough to really show you learning because people don't care. And a lot of it, as of right now, too, is very repetitive. So most of my days genuinely look like me sitting in front of my laptop taking notes. That's what most of my days look like. So imagine trying to make, 12 videos in a month that can tell a story about that, It's going to be hard and people aren't going to care. So I was thinking of allowing early access to a bunch of different topics that I'm currently doing, where I think I'm obviously going to have a lot more fun doing because it's going to be more raw content. It doesn't need to be edited as much. But one of my first series was my monetization series, which is almost over, that I was already filming. I just haven't put it out there because it was honestly, and it still is going to release after the whole IT support series, which should more than likely last like a year or two. So you guys would be seeing like content, like it'll be so weird because you're gonna see me in the future and then kind of hop back in time for like the next couple of months for the monetization series. And then we're gonna do different series like that pretty much. So I was gonna allow early access and memberships to go see that type of content that I've already been filming. Same thing with like my editing series, which I have been filming. There's gonna be like other behind the scene vlogs and stuff like that. And I'm like, I think this is gonna be a little good place to kind of force me to already edit these videos in a way, since I gotta release these anyway in the future. Might as well edit them all now and then release it somewhere. But obviously I'm not expecting many people to be able to, you know, see it and who would actually go and purchase it. But I think it also, like I said, it just forces me to really edit it and already have it ready for the future. But it's supposed to be early access content and behind the scenes stuff, and I think it's gonna be really fun. I honestly think I'm gonna have more fun filming that content over doing the IT support content, honestly. But at the end of the day, I can't switch the topic yet because YouTube is strange like that. Like, you can't put different journeys on YouTube and expect your channel to have consistent views. Like, YouTube is gonna forget who your audience is. So that's why I was planning on putting it in a membership so that people can just have the early access to some of that content. I think it's gonna be really fun to honestly end up doing, truly, because I already have all, like, most of the videos recorded. So I'm like, that's gonna be crazy. And then imagine all the content or the early access content that I put in there. If I ever wanted to take like months off of YouTube, when I finally do end up releasing this content, I have so much videos that have already been recorded in a way. All I have to really do is just probably put like a voiceover and edit it a little bit differently. And then boom, you know, you still have the videos. So I'm just like, it's crazy. That's why I always tell people, man, like, this channel, like, it looks small now, or at least the concept looks small. But when everything starts to unfold and you guys see everything that I've actually been working on and planning on doing for this channel, it's going to be bigger than like what you guys are actually seeing. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much content that isn't even remotely out yet. But when it starts coming out, it's like, damn, wait a second. You know, I seen her do this maybe during like an IT support video, or I seen this, you know, just randomly. And I was wondering how, you know, she learned that. And then boom, that all those videos are coming out in the next couple of years. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be crazy. All the stuff that's just planned. Then lastly, like I said, I had some fun ideas for the streams, but I forgot to set it up, which I'm so mad about. And it's not that hard to set up, because to do the spin the wheel thing, like, that should be pretty easy. I literally just have to not even download it. It's on Google. You look it up, type anything in there. The only thing is, I just don't have the ideas of what's gonna be in the spin the wheel yet, where you guys get to spin it and stuff like that. And then lastly, I think yeah, I want to allow you guys to pretty much make up YouTube titles, which y'all can do that anytime. Like, even if right now, if you have a YouTube title that's about IT support that you maybe want to see my perspective on, or something like that, or something you just want to see me talk about, y'all can let me know, drop it down below, or drop it in the comments of this live, and I literally will make a YouTube video about it. And if there's too much, like, let's say we get like 6 in one live stream, I'll literally just put it in like either spin the wheel or put it in a poll that everyone choose, and just kind of go from there. So I think it's gonna be really fun, interactive, a really fun way to allow these streams to simply just be interactive, which honestly would be just really fun. But as of right now, we're about 24 minutes in. Real quick, I do want to kind of show y'all, because I know sometimes I already said it out loud, but I want to show y'all to where y'all could actually see it. But yeah, so this is where I was at, and still am at. I'm kind of right here, but I'm finishing up right here, which is great. And then hopefully by today as well, once I finish these 2 sections after the stream, I'm going to be hopping in here and hopefully try to finish this whole section as well. I'm not too sure how much more we have left. This is who I'm watching, by the way, Professor Messer, to get through it. So he has about 4 videos for 2.2. So maybe I can get through it. Active Directory, though, is going to be really long to get into. I was probably debating on waiting to learn Active Directory or get into that video, but we'll see soon. And then lastly, well, no, actually, I think that's it for the kind of like the updates and stuff. So if y'all have any questions, y'all can definitely go and ask away. What I'm about to do though is I'm about to literally go and play this game. This is the game that I wanted to end up playing with some of you guys, but it depends on obviously when people or if people can end up playing. So I'm probably just going to do a little bit of a round if some of y'all don't understand what this game is. But this game is literally a drawing game where you have to guess what the people are drawing. And just stuff like that. And I think it'll be fun to end up playing with some of you guys if we can end up getting into that. I'm trying, like, why would they give me an ad? I really need to end up getting like an ad blocker because this is absurd. And you know what's funny? For them to actually play, okay, I was gonna say, because they never play an ad for me. So pretty much like this. Okay, I don't know what the hell's going on. I guess he's waiting. Oh, hell no. Why is this topic dummy long? Yeah, I guess this is what I'm probably gonna end up doing for a little bit. I don't know what the hell he's drawing. And if y'all have any, if y'all know what they could possibly be drawing, let me know, because I don't know what the hell is going on. I gotta turn the sound off because that's bothering me. What the hell? Is this a crab? Someone already guessed the word. Am I tripping? Oh. I don't think I even know how to spell it. Okay, I got it. I guess that's Winnie the Pooh, y'all. Alright, he low-key ate. He low-key. I hate how long it took me to get that, though. I hate how long it took me to get that. That's crazy. Alright, let's go. I suck at drawing, by the way, y'all. So this is gonna be tough for me. He literally wrote it wrong. This boy, they got me messed up. Okay, let me see. 6, 5, 4. Countdown? What the hell? And then everyone's computer just blows up. Like, I don't know what the hell he's doing. A ruler? Damn. Oh, wait, what? A tree mine? Like, what is that? I feel like it's the thing you check for the temperature, and I can't remember what the word is. Oh, height? Really? Really? No, that was good. That was actually really good. I'll give him a thumbs up. That was good. Okay. I just wasn't thinking of that. I was not thinking of that. No, no, no. Like, come on, bruh. But he did good. He actually did good. It just took a minute. Thought it was a damn ruler. Alright, let's go and see. I'm afraid when it gets to my point of drawing because I'm not a big drawer. Like, I really... Okay, we got a head. Oh. Okay, so this is somebody's face. Oh, wrinkle? Oh, I guess he left. He probably didn't know how to do a wrinkle. I honestly think he would have done great. Shelby's choosing a word. Okay, let's see. First of all, the only reason why I hate these type of games and the reason why I would prefer to do it with you guys is that a lot of people tend to like leave. So it's hard. Is it supposed to help us? It's blue. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, I was thinking. Yeah, a lot of people tend to leave and then it kind of like ruins the game a bit. I don't know what the hell he's drawing. You know, honestly, his drawing idea though was kind of sick. First of all, this is supposed to be a place. I'm not gonna get this. Wait, what the hell? Cause I was gonna say, not snowboarding. What the hell is it called when you are... It's not snowboard. It's not surfing either then, never mind. Oh, ski jump. Did I get it? Okay, I did. Bruh. He said, is this how you get the CompTIA A plus? No, I was just talking about the CompTIA A plus. But if y'all have any questions about the CompTIA A plus, y'all can definitely go and ask away. But real quick, I was just trying to show y'all this game because this is a game that I do eventually want to end up playing with y'all in the future. So I just wanted to show y'all the concept if some of y'all don't know what the game is. But I said that y'all were able to ask some questions about the CompTIA A plus. I was just ultimately going to finish the round just so the concept can be understood. But no, yeah. No, but getting the CompTIA A plus though, I'm already currently in the security section. I'm grinding super hard to end up getting that certification, and I'm so happy because I know eventually it's going to end up happening. It's literally just about when. And is this supposed to be SpongeBob? Or are we drawing a bed? But yeah, man, once I end up getting it, bro, it's gonna literally be crazy. Crazy, crazy, I don't know what the hell they're doing. Underneath, like, under the bridge? What the hell is this? I'm assuming it's a kid with a balloon or a lollipop. Is it literally just lollipop? Oh, so everyone's getting the word here. Like, what the hell are we doing? What the hell? Is this it? A clown? Wait, I don't even know. What in the hell? I don't know what the hell that's supposed to be. Damn, I feel like I'm gonna be pissed that I'm not good. Oh, I did guess the word. Oh no, it didn't. Never mind. That was old. I'm scrolled up. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Batman? Oh! Okay, that was a good drawing. I wasn't thinking of that. So we can do upside down, weights. I'm gonna do weights. But I'm gonna do like weights. So finally, here we go. Now I get to do the drawing. So I'm gonna do something like this. Or I could have honestly did a scale. If this doesn't work, then I don't know what will. Okay, everyone's saying dumbbell. Hold on, let me start over. So we're gonna draw a scale. Oh yeah, somebody ended up saying weight. Okay. Then let me draw a person who's weight. Oh my gosh, why is my person so fat, bro? Oh, everybody got it. Okay, I was gonna say. See, but that's the type of game that this is supposed to be. So eventually, when we end up getting to that point, okay, I was trying to wait until I could finally end up drawing. So that was super fun. Jeez, but that's basically the type of game that we will end up getting into eventually because like I said, I want to add the spin the wheel concept, and then I want to add the concept of potentially talking about the YouTube video and stuff like that, where you guys can come up with the YouTube video topics, and then boom, eventually we can end up playing that type of game like that together. Because I kind of forgot to show y'all how I would do it, but it's like, hold on. So it's like you would create this private room. If my thing can stop, you would create this private room, and I literally would be able to choose like how much players, stuff like that. And I think eventually there would be like a code. So I would click invite here real quick. Let me see. So I'll click invite here. I could do the amount of players. So if there was ever like, right now there's like 6 of us. Obviously not all 6 of us are going to play, but like if this were to be the case, you can do the draw time 80 seconds. It could be in English. We got normal, game mode, and then I could create custom words, or they can end up doing the custom words themselves. And then I literally would invite you guys with this invite code. Click start, and can I start by myself? Okay, I was gonna say that would be hilarious. And then pretty much that's how we would ultimately end up doing that. So I can't wait for one of these days, probably on like a different Sunday, because I don't want to do it today, obviously, because today is just, it's so like unprepared to end up doing it today. I don't even have the spin the wheel concept ready, and I don't have the other concepts yet either. So eventually we'll get into it, but I think it's going to be super fun. I just wanted to end up showing you guys some of the ideas that I've had, or that I have when it comes to these live streams. You said, is it, oh wait, I already read that. It says, what are we doing? Oh, so I was just explaining a little bit of the ideas and the concepts of what I have planned for this channels, especially with the live streams, and then also with like the early access content. Oh, thank you to the 2 new subscribers. I didn't even notice that we ended up getting 2 new subs. One of them was Gen Z Radio. I cannot see who the other subscriber was, but thank y'all so much for hitting that sub button. But then what the hell was I about to say? Oh yeah, so pretty much I was just showing some of that stuff. But yeah, earlier though, I was just talking a little bit about the security section, how I ended up getting a lot more further, in how just during the security section it was a lot easier to do, at least for subtopic number 1, because a lot of it was just the physical security stuff. So that was pretty much what I was just getting into. I'm trying to think if there's any other things that I have for the updates for the CompTIA. And I feel like I had a lot more things to discuss about the CompTIA A+, but I really can't remember what extra things, because I already talked about the career posting that I had saw that was for 98K, which is insane. But I'm trying to remember, like, what the hell was the other stuff that I had for today? But let me go and see. Cause I want to see, like, oh, you know what, too? I honestly forgot. I wanted to go read the comments from the last stream as well, because that's something that I end up doing, by the way, y'all, is normally in the beginning of my streams, before I start my 12-hour study streams, I do like to go to the last streams, and I like to go and listen or read the comments of what people in the last streams were saying. Just so it can make you guys feel like, you're being heard, because, most of the time I'm not really there. So it's hard for me to, and oh, I didn't even know I can clip my streams. Wait a second. What the hell? I mean, that's actually really good. That's gonna be good for YouTube Shorts, but not as of right now. I'm trying to go to my damn videos, but I can't. Maybe go to my channel or something, because I'm trying to see my YouTube video so I could read some of y'all comments. So by the way, if you end up commenting anything in the, in the comment section when I'm doing the 12-hour study streams, it tends to always be answered within the first 30 to an hour minutes of the live stream after, if that makes sense. So it always gets answered. But there was somebody in this last live stream that I wanted to talk about, because it reminds me of, like, the other live stream where someone was messaging and they're like, oh, I seen you, like, crack a smile, and I'm like, I'm literally not live. So, like, it was just kind of, like, embarrassing, because I'm like, I'm not even, I can't even see your comments, like, I don't know, but it was funny. But let me go and see if I could see some of these comments here. Here we go. So somebody, I don't know how to pronounce that name, but it just says, I think it's She Rosberg, says, hi Marzi, how are you? Obviously this was the live stream before, so I feel bad because I wasn't really there to answer, but, oh wait, no, actually I think I did answer that, because that was in the beginning, because I remember the person calling me out for saying 6'7". I was like, that's so childish. So Derp Hamilton said, keep going. Thank y'all so much. By the way, I always say too, during the live streams, when you guys leave encouraging messages, I always do end up reading it. And like I said, I normally read it about around this time. So Derp Hamilton saying, keep going. Thank you so much, man, because that's that's what I'm gonna end up doing. Your comments are very encouraging. It's what keeps me pushing forward and just wanting to pursue the CompTIA A+ and pursue IT support. When there's just a bunch of people who, encourage that. And also, too, the people who end up getting inspired by my content, too, it also pushes me to keep going, because, it inspires y'all. But then tell me why this person named from Frogtown, which had me dying, because like I said, I always would admit this. So my live streams are a 30-minute session, is a 30-minute clip from an hour and 30-minute session of me studying. I always say that, but it's just, I don't know if some people forget, because it's so strange, because, like, there will be people here who I say that to, and then they're also the same people who somehow just forget about that. I'm like, oh, okay. So I don't know what that's about. But I always end up mentioning that, and the clip is obviously a pre-recorded clip that I'm looping so that it can give you guys a place to go and study, have your little study session, yada, yada, yada. I'm sure there's some people here who are probably annoyed of hearing that, because I say it all the time. But then this person from Frogtown6585 put, do you want friendly YouTuber advice or real get a job advice? And I was sitting there like, what the hell? Because I literally always tell people that this is a pre-recorded video, and the reason why it's pre-recorded and it loops for 12 hours is because I'm actually at my job. So I'm just like, what are we talking about? I'm literally at my job for 10 to 12 hours, and that's like it looping. So I either have it looping when I'm sleeping or I have it looping when I'm at work. And the point obviously is to give you guys a place to go and study, to chill, relax, leave encouraging comments, and just feel the mood to want to study. I've always said that. So when he said that, it had me cracking up, because I'm like, I'm literally at my job, like right now. As I read that, I was like, wow. This person named Trayshawn Glenn in the old comment section said, hell yeah. Wait, hold on, we got a comment right here that says, learn how to build a PC will help a troubleshooting experience. No, definitely, man. I was actually on the path of going to purchase a PC, and I was going to, like, break it apart and then put it back together and then eventually buy my own PC. to build so that I could kind of learn that. But the only reason why I had stopped myself was because, and this is a kind of a long story, I'm gonna try to make it short, was that in the beginning I actually started learning hardware first. And when I ended up learning the hardware section of computers, I didn't know that hardware and software were on two different cores for the CompTIA A plus at the time. So when I finally started to get into software and I was getting a lot more deeper into that, I was like, oh shoot, I gotta have to make a decision because I'm studying core 1 and core 2 by accident. So I chose to pursue core 2. So as of right now, it doesn't really make sense to me to learn about the hardware side of things if hardware isn't necessarily in core 2. So I haven't bought a PC yet. Specifically, or I guess bought, yeah, like a desktop and open it up, put it back together yet, just because I rather do that when I'm actually currently needing to learn hardware in that way. But I definitely do plan on doing that, and I think it's gonna be super damn fun. You said, do you date girls or both? I mean, well, I am in a relationship. I don't really like I am in a relationship. I think that would be the way that I would answer that. But no, yeah, so that's pretty much why I haven't built a PC yet, but I can't wait to end up, eventually getting into that. I think it's gonna be super fun. Mesmery, I thought they were in the comment section today, but I guess not. So what's the loop back IP? How many bits does an IPv4 have? This feels pre-recorded. So she pretty much was just asking questions about what I guess personally is on the CompTIA A plus, which is so funny because she actually ended up asking questions about the IPv4. And I, for some reason, cannot, for the life of me, understand. Well, actually, I haven't even really tried to understand it, to be honest. I haven't looked it up, but I've noticed that I had two questions about the IPv4 and the IPv6, and I was like, whoa. But I didn't end up looking the definition on those two things. That would have been funny, because I would have been like, well, she's saying how many bits, but I would have been like, I haven't even looked into that. Then it says, what's the loopback IP? Which I feel like I haven't even seen that either. So unless I was supposed to learn that in the operating system, I don't know why I didn't. Because I haven't even heard about the loopback IP as of yet. Yeah, I don't even see it in the operating system section. I do know that the IPv4, though, and IPv6 definitely was already talked about. So I genuinely can't explain why I don't know that. And then in the last comment, this is the last thing. Oh, another person said, is this pre-recorded? And I've always said, yes, it is pre-recorded, but I didn't answer them in that time being. Someone put, if you have time, A plus is good and all, but I can't recall a single time when a potential employer asked me or asked him about the cert, just his 2 cents, which is perfectly fine. I always love people's advice and people's different opinions. I, though, personally am only getting the A plus because it drops a college course, and I would rather drop a college course than having to take the damn course. So and then they're gonna make me take the A plus anyway. So they'll make me take the course and then take the A plus. So I'm just kind of like, I might as well just take the A plus and drop the course, just get that out of the way. But then also too, I always just wanted to get the CompTIA A plus, so I never really cared whether the A plus was going to be good for me getting a job or not. It's the same way with honestly just getting a degree. Like, you don't have to get a degree for a lot of jobs, but most people just tend to get it because of other reasons, or they might believe that it will get them a job. But I'm just the type of person where I'm able to afford it, right? I know a lot of people try to say or bring up money in that, and they're like, it's a waste of money. But if I'm able to afford it and I personally want it, and I don't really, it's gonna drop a college course, I think that's enough of a reason to say I want to get my CompTIA A plus. So that's normally the answer I give when people say that. But I mean, listen, they may not be wrong. I personally wouldn't know whether my A plus is going to help me get a job or not. I can only go based off of what other people say, and there's some people who say it does. There's some people who say it doesn't. So really, it just depends, I guess, on when I apply for a job, and we see from there. I'll let you guys know when I apply whether they gave a fuck or not. That's just kind of what it is, but I personally plan to get it because I want it, man. I really want it, and I can't wait to get the degree one of these days, and to just get all the other certifications too. Because I plan on getting Security Plus, getting what is the other one? Oh my goodness! Oh, Network Plus. I want to get my CCNA. I know I got to get Linux Plus because of a college course as well. I need to get AWS Cloud because of a college course. And I think I need to get Azure because of a college course. So it's there's a lot of certifications that I'm plan on getting before enrolling into this college because it's literally going to drop so much courses and then I can finally start. And by the time I start, I'm gonna be like maybe 10 courses down, something around that line. So I'm like, why not just do it that way? Um, that's kind of just how I've low key been pursuing. You said thoughts on AI. I think for AI, I honestly think as of right now, I think people are over um hyping it. I think AI definitely is going to go crazy, but I don't think it's going to happen as of now or even in the next 10 years. Or it might happen in the next 10 years, but I don't think it's going to go as crazy as people are thinking. And also, too, even if it did, right, let's even be hypothetical. There's going to need to be people who are going to be running AI at the end of the day, and those would be people who specialize in that. So it's kind of just like you would need to know how to maneuver for that. Like you may want to, take a couple classes on AI automation, or you might want to take a couple classes on, well, it really depends because for me, I want to become a network engineer, and networking engineering is mainly hands on. I think network architect, though, that's more designing. So you're not, well, you might be hands on, but it's like, I think you're just coming up with the architect and then network engineers deploy that. So that's a little bit different. But if we're specifically talking about network engineering, most of it is hands on. So I'm just kind of like, you can't really replace that unless you're putting a damn robot there and that robot just knows how to maintain the network. But even if that was the case, that would be so many years down the line before that were to happen. And then even so, if that was the case, then what if this robot malfunctions? Like there's going to need to be a technician who is going to fix that, or fix the programming side of it, or potentially the infrastructure of it. And so I think there's always going to be a place for people. And then you said also of people of color, like black women in tech. I don't know what you want me to think about. Like, what do I, wait, what is the question? So thoughts on, I guess, people of color in tech. Um, I don't really know what my thoughts, what do you mean? Like, I think, uh, great. Like, I don't know. I'm confused. What do you mean? What are my thoughts? Like, are you asking me in a way of like, do I disagree? Like, I don't understand what I don't understand what that question is supposed to mean. Um, I think it's amazing. I don't know. I don't understand how you're asking that. But yeah, thoughts on AI. Yeah, I definitely don't think it's gonna be as big as people think as of yet until later. And I think there's always gonna need to be a place for people in IT to end up, just needing to be there. But I genuinely feel like, you know, I don't know. I feel like I don't really have. Hmm. But I'm trying to think of like what type of jobs would I think like could legitimately end up being. Oh, you said the low number of. Oh, I didn't even know there was a low number. I had no idea. That's actually crazy. I had no clue. So you're saying there's a low number of people of color in tech. Oh, damn. I had no, so I don't know my thoughts on that. I don't know if you're asking me like, are you asking me like why the number is low, or like how do I feel about it being low? Um, I don't really know. I think there would have to be a lot more research on like why why it's low. I never looked into that. I have no idea. You said it's a race problem or an intelligence. Oh, okay, that's what you're asking me. Sorry, I'm like I don't know what type of question that is. I'm like like they're asking, is it a race problem or an intelligence problem? I honestly I wouldn't know. I haven't looked into any of that. I think we would have to look at some analytics or something, or some stats, because I wouldn't be able to say like why that would be the case, or what the like what issue it could be. I never really looked into that. I actually didn't even know that was an actual problem. I always assumed that it was um like everybody was in there. I never really had no. I know that sometimes in technology, especially with maintenance too, I know that there tends to not be a lot of women in those fields. And I do personally believe when it comes to women not being in those fields, I do believe that some positions tend to be like just weird with women. And I've noticed that when it came to even positions at my current job, when women would try to get into a specific position, it's not really as easy. Like there's this role, or not at my job, but at like similar companies, like with maintenance, for instance. It's like you would see that there are, a lot of men in there, but then there's probably like two women. But then when you look at the woman, one of the girls is like married to somebody. Then the other girl is not really, like they're more, I don't know how to explain it. Like they just have more like physiques of like just being like bigger, but you never really see just like an actual girly girl in those fields. And so I guess sometimes that can come down to, some people might believe like, well, maybe the girly girls don't want to do it. But also too, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've heard some people say that, they've applied for the positions, but then they just don't get picked. So I feel like I wouldn't really be able to say what is going on. You really would just have to look at like stats, I feel like. So it really just depends. It says, I would say data centers lack women, but besides that, it's diverse enough. That's what I was saying. I was like, I was pretty sure that it was like diverse and in different areas. Cause like, I feel like I never seen that as an issue, at least for the companies that I've been looking at. But maybe I could be tripping. Maybe it depends on like what states or something. It says no one needs coders as everyone's going to be replaced or copied. Well, actually, I feel like I disagree with that in a way with coders, because I don't think it's that. What I think is going to end up happening is I think the coders or people who are learning how to program, it's not that they're not needed no more. I think what they do at like what they're doing is probably not as needed. But let's say, for instance, AI is writing the code. At the end of the day, they're still going to need programmers who are surveying that code. So maybe they're not now they wouldn't be writing as much code, but they probably would be breaking down the code or fixing the code. Because, even right now, if you ask AI to go code something, if you ask them like 5 lines ahead, it's like they legitimately will sit there and just forget everything that they mentioned previously. So it's like, as a programmer, maybe instead of writing down every line of code, you're just trying to connect what this client wants, but AI can't fulfill that part, so you're adding in that part to then now ask AI for more code. So I don't think it's really like they're getting fully replaced. I think it ultimately is just going to change the job of coders. I don't think coding is going to be gone. It's just, instead of literally probably writing every line of code, you're just going to be fixing it up. And that's something that I try to mention too when it comes to IT support. Is like, with IT support and the people making phone calls, people are like, oh, AI is going to end up taking over the phone call, so there's not going to be any entry level. It's like, well, that's a foolish thing to say, because all that really means is that the entry level position is just going to change. Because then how would anyone get into IT if there's no entry level? Like, that wouldn't make sense. The entry level position would just change completely. So that's another thing too, where it's just, I think too many people are just assuming like once AI takes it, there's no place for that person. It's like, no, it just changes the job. It changes the description. It changes what you do. But it wouldn't necessarily take everybody's position. I think it's just going to take the people's jobs whom aren't, for one, it's going to be budget costs. But then eventually when they actually need people to survey it, then it's going to be people who actually know how to do that. So that's why I always tell people, make sure you really know how to do your damn job, because if you sit there and you're slacking, yeah, you're probably gonna be the first one that ends up getting fired, because they need someone to look over the damn code and you only know how to, type or do this or do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how to explain it. It's gonna be tough. But I don't think it's gonna be a full-blown replacement. I don't think that's possible. There needs to be somebody there. So it's best to make your own business in this tech company, not wait for someone to give you permission. I mean, that could be true. It says because there's people with 15 plus in this industry and never get a tech job. Well, actually, I have my opinion on why a lot of people don't get a tech job when they've been in the companies for so many years. For one, I think it could be an issue with your resume, 100%. That's always like mainly 80% of the time what the issue is. It's like somebody just sends the same resume to the same companies, and it's like you need to change up your resume for each company that you're applying for. You can't just give the same resume, because certain companies may not care if you're using Active Directory. Other companies might. So you don't need to add that if they don't care about it. And if, let's say, they care about a different thing, they care about Office 365, that's something you're going to add on there. But some people don't think to do that. And then also, too, like if your resume is not being read correctly, it's immediately going in the trash. So it's like, I don't know. I always feel like people underestimate how important their resume is. So you need to really like update it constantly and make sure that it is made correctly. I think most of the time that is why a lot of people don't get callbacks into companies. Number two, I think some people want to go to specific companies and or have a certain amount of pay, in which I understand because we can't just be working for like $5 an hour. But when you move like that, it ultimately closes a lot of doors because experience is a lot better than pay. So if you're just going to not choose a company because let's say it does pay you 15 an hour, but you know if you just took that experience, you could use that to then get paid 25 an hour and then use that experience to get paid 30 an hour. It's like you should take that. But some people don't do it. Some people want that six-figure job immediately and then blame tech for the reason why that didn't happen. But it's like, no, you didn't even try to build experience. Like there's a lot of people in IT support as of recently that are trying to skip help desk, but then want to complain why they can't find a job in IT support. It's like, well, you can't skip help desk. Like some people can, but you need to make sure you get that damn help desk position because that's going to help you a lot. Like especially getting all that experience in there. But so I personally have a different opinion on why a lot of people don't end up getting tech jobs. I don't think it's the tech industry. I think it's people who just don't know how to do it correctly, especially too when you see people's resumes. Like literally the next time you ask somebody or next time somebody tells you they're having a hard time getting a job, ask to see their resume. If you're good at making resumes, of course, ask to see their resume, and I guarantee you 80% of the time that is the reason why they're not getting a job. Someone put management needs someone to yell at for approving the AI's code before his production. No, facts, because what are you gonna do if AI ends up messing it up and then there's just like a manager there? It's like at the end of the day, who's going to fix it when AI messes up? Because AI is going to mess up. It can't be another AI that's going to fix the AI. So it's like, you're going to need a human there. Because especially if you're a POC or a woman or a POC. Oh, for some reason, I keep forgetting what a POC is. I'm like, what are we saying? I'm like, POC. Okay, no, yes. It says just train AI to learn code. To be honest, that's a very specialized job. Just use Google Colab, have access to GPUs. You'll land on your feet. Yeah. Oh no, sorry, I got confused with the last comment. But what else was I about to see? I was trying to see something else. But yeah, no, so my opinions on AI aren't that, it's not that deep. I think too many people are actually getting discouraged, and you guess what's ending up happening when people think AI is going to be that crazy. A lot of people then don't pursue it, right? They don't pursue IT. Or even if you think AI is going to be crazy and you like technology, it's like, then why not learn the stuff, like I said, like AI automation? Or what are the other things that you can learn for AI? AI, I think there's even AI engineers too, but let me see if I can find some job titles. Because there's a lot of things that you can end up learning if people are genuinely afraid of AI coming in. Yeah, an AI engineer, you have data scientists, data engineers, AI research scientists, and that's kind of like my vision is I, for one, want to go network engineering just because I know it's hands-on, that there's no way that could be replaced. Maybe certain things in the networking position can be replaced, but not all of it, especially the stuff that is hands-on. But let's just say somehow that disappeared. Then what my next goal would be is to literally get into something like machine learning or AI engineer. Because once you do that, there's going to be AI everywhere. And if you're just going to keep running from it, at some point, AI is going to take over so much that it's going to be hard to even get up and do the job of a human in those fields. You get what I'm saying? Especially like something I've been looking at are the Waymos in California. That's always been my biggest research is I've been trying to look at what who actually is in charge of those Waymos, which are the self-driving cars, right? And I believe, I don't remember whether they're on a cloud network or a cloud, like if they're on cloud or if they're on a network, but there was something similar to that where it's like, or was it an AI engineer? I don't remember, but there was something similar to that where one of the positions that I was interested in and a lot of the stuff that I was trying to get into, I don't remember what it was, if it was infrastructure, system admin, it was something, I forgot. But it had a lot to do with the Waymos, the self-driving cars. I think it was network engineering, man. I don't know. But it was still like, it it was still crazy because it was like, oh shoot, do you have these Waymos, these self-driving cars, and and people think there's going to be self-driving trucks. There's going to need to be IT support specialists, obviously, who are going to need to be specialized. But I say IT support specialists because that's kind of where you start. But there's going to need to be IT support specialists that are running those things, or that are going to be behind the scenes for those things. It's not going to be an AI, because the AI part, or the technical AI part, would be the fact that it's a self-driving car. So, but who's going to be there when the car stops driving, or when the car pulls over, and when the car doesn't work no more? Well, depending on if it's physical, or like a hardware issue, software issue, or like a hardware issue, sorry. It depends, because I know sometimes that can be considered like maintenance, but that could still be considered IT infrastructure, or just like an IT support specialist going out there and fixing the damn car if it's a hardware issue. But software issue, same thing. But it really depends. There's still a team that goes behind all of that are humans. So I don't know where people get this from. So, where is it at? It says just use Google. Oh, you said as in use ML to code, machine learning to code. There's the new paradigm. Generative code. Well, I wasn't talking about machine learning to code. I was talking about machine learning in the example of how it designs and builds the AI response. Like, I wasn't even talking about it for coding. I actually was just saying, well, it was a machine learning engineer. But what my point is that there are positions that literally specialize in AI. So if someone is worried about AI overtaking, then okay, become an AI engineer. You know what I mean? Or do, like I said, something where there will always need to be hands-on, like network engineering or IT infrastructure. Something where you are always going to be dealing with the hardware. I don't think that's a bad position. I'm not even talking about coding no more. I'm not a coder. I don't like coding. I hate the concept of coding. I don't mind getting into coding, but so I feel like we're talking about two different topics, because I feel like you keep bringing up coding, but I'm not a coder. Like, I don't know. I'm more of a, I mean, obviously when it gets into like AI and machine learning, like I know that coding gets into that, but my point is that there's still going to be positions that are going to need hands-on things. But you said, how old am I? I'm 22 years old, about to be 23 this year. But no, yeah. Wait, hold on real quick. I'm trying to go and see something. Oh, because there's even here with data architect. No, not those roles. Oof. But no, yeah. I definitely think there's a lot of positions where you're able to be hands-on, and AI is not finna take that. They could take certain things, but it's not gonna be all that stuff. And that's currently how I feel about that. 100%. 100%. But I guess we could probably differ, because I don't know if you differ. It says AI will do majority of the work, but you still need people who would be accountable when things go wrong. Managers can't scream at AIs. Yes, exactly. So I moved on from software, doing hardware now, sorry. But I'm sorry, I got confused. Says you'll learn more of command line before coding. Coding, of course, helps for automation eventually. Yes, no, eventually, yes. But my point isn't, though, to eventually get into AI automation. That's only if I genuinely feel like AI is, let's say I feel like AI is beginning to grow, and I'm just like my point is like, hypothetically, if we are just going to completely get rid of hands-on, like doing hands-on things, because I really don't think that's going to happen. But I'm saying hypothetically, if that were to be the case, then why not get into machine learning, or get into AI engineering or AI research? Because there's so much different positions you could do within AI, I guess, to where you are literally running the AI machine. It's like, it's not AI running by itself. There's somebody there who is watching over AI. So that's pretty much that was my point there. But for me, I personally would rather just stay a network engineer, because even though there's some things, of course, that are online, that, let's say, people say, oh, AI can do that part. It's like, okay, but a robot is not gonna walk in here and grab this damn like rack or grab my router and then start playing with the router to go and figure out why my router's fucking up. Like, there's that's just not gonna happen. Like, you're gonna, especially if it's a physical issue, it's gonna need to be a human. I don't know. Says I'm not optimistic about software. I lost interest 10 years ago, to be honest. This is how many PCQ questions there's in Core 1 CompTIA A+. Do they? I don't think they answer that. Let me see. How many PCQ questions in CompTIA? I would say I don't think that's answered. I think. Let me see. PBQs. You mean? My fault. Sorry. I don't know what the PBQs. Unless you mean like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you mean PBQs. I think this says 3 to 5 performance-based questions. Oh, I don't even know. But it's saying in both Core 1 and Core 2. So it's about 3 to 5. Normally what I hear from people is you skip the PBQs, and you just end up coming back to do them later. I personally think, though, I'm going to do a way better in my PBQs. But of course, we're going to see when I end up taking and doing the PBQs. But I'm like a really big studier, so I feel like I probably would be very familiar when the PBQ part comes up, but who knows, but I've been quizzing myself on PBQs for per section, just in case if a PBQ popped up in any of those sections, and I feel like it's been pretty damn good so far. I've been doing all right. Hopefully I could do good, but it says 3 to 5, yeah, for both Core 1 and Core 2. It says, although the range can vary from 1 to 10 depending on the test version. That would be crazy. If I have 90 questions on this quiz and 10 of them are PBQs, I literally would just drop. I'll be like, why my exam? Why? I literally would be done for. It says music, video, code, network engineer, all can be automated, no supervision. Sorry, I have to disagree. It is okay that you disagree, my guy. I love having people who have different opinions. I personally, of course, we're just gonna have to disagree we're gonna have to agree to disagree. I think that's just gonna be the biggest thing here, because I personally don't think AI could touch network engineering. I think it could. I think, like I said, there's certain aspects of network engineering that could be touched, but the things that are hands-on that can't be touched, like especially with IT infrastructure, that can't be touched. All of that is physical. So it's like, I don't understand how, unless we're just assuming that an AI robot is gonna walk in and like I said, do all those physical things, then maybe we can have a discussion there. But if you're talking about the software side of things, I agree that AI could take up a lot of the software issues. I don't see AI getting into cybersecurity, though. There could be tiny things, but I doubt they would allow an AI bot to really get into cybersecurity, especially more over humans. So I feel like there's always going to be a position. Like if someone's worried about AI getting into something, then okay, then go cyber. Like, I don't know. That's always how I felt. So PBQs, yes, please. It says, today I passed CompTIA Tech Plus with 769. I'm going for Core 1 after some days, and I'm also going for MCQ. More than later, I would do the PBQs. Hey, that's what's up. So you passed the CompTIA Tech Plus. So that's really good, man. I listen, I believe in you. You definitely, I believe that you can 100% do it. Just, of course, freshen up, take a couple, practice exams beforehand, but don't allow it to stress you. I'm sure if you got the test, I don't know what it's called, but like the test thrills or whatever the hell, like when you take a quiz, and like how that can end up making you fail because like you're so nervous about taking a quiz. Like that's kind of how I am, where I know the answers, but because I'm sitting down taking a quiz for something that feels like important to me, I'm literally like, I tend to feel so anxious that it's so like strange that anxiousness could literally get me to fail. But since you got those test jitters out from taking the Tech Plus, bro, I definitely believe in you, man. I think you got this. Definitely just practice on some PBQs. I hear a lot of people say the PBQs are what messes them up. So yeah, just go ham on those. Literally go ham on those. So I like how you avoided the POC question isn't a real problem. A lot of people don't see representation. I wonder if that's a race issue or just personal. Oh, I actually didn't avoid the you probably didn't hear me. I didn't avoid the POC question. What I said is that I never really noticed that there was a difference, or that there was a, like, I never really seen that. I feel like personally in different companies, I feel like I've always seen it be super diverse. So that was my first answer. And then I said, I don't know whether it's a race issue or personal. I have no idea. So I don't know how you would want me, like I keep saying, I don't know how you would want me to answer that, because I don't know what the answer is. I haven't looked into it. I don't know. I have no idea whether it's the company, being racist, or whether it's, just it not being pursued. Like, I don't know. I have no idea. So I don't know what answer you would want for that, truly. I wish I could give an answer. I just don't. And then also, too, I don't know what your question is, because I don't know if you're asking me, like, how do I feel about that in general, or do you want me to pick a side? Like, I don't know. So that's where I'm kind of like, I don't know, I'm a little lost. I don't know how you're asking that, my guy. So maybe you didn't hear me the first time, but I did end up answering that question. That was my answer. I really don't know. Let me go and see something, because I wanted to go and see. I can't believe that there's 3 to 5 PBQs. That is insane. Literally insane. Sorry, I'm trying to go and see real quick if I can, because I wanted to look up for, what is his name again? Oh, you said, oh, for some reason your message disappeared. I was just about to read it. For Junaid, I think. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, brother. So that rather represent my skill set than me being Latino. A. So let me go and see. But damn, I wish I could have seen what that person said. I think you said something that, did you pass your CompTIA A plus? Well, no, because you're saying that you're going for your core 1 after a couple of days, but then for some reason your message disappeared. I don't know why. I have no idea why. Wait, where the hell did my other screen go? Sorry. Okay, I'm trying to like read back into some of this stuff here for the CompTIA A plus. I'm like, I literally lost my objectives. Oh, I was gonna say, so Junaid, if you're still here, have you seen the objectives for the CompTIA A plus, or are you just kind of like going into it and jumping in? So have you passed the CompTIA A plus? If yes, can you share some experience? No, I have not. I'm actually still studying for it. That's why the title of my streams is Becoming an IT Support Specialist and then CompTIA A plus review. Actually, I guess I could see how that might look like I passed. Yeah, no, I have not took the exam yet. I have not took the exam. The only advice that I have really is for when it comes from people who tell me how it was for them necessarily. That's kind of the biggest things. So yeah, damn, this stream has so far has been doing really good. I forgot to do a goal, by the way. Normally what I do is I like to put like one super chat that says like pick any study topic. That's normally how I like to do that. I'm gonna start the goal. Damn, I've been live for about an hour, my guy. It says because POCs don't get hired as often while having the qualification. It's a real issue. You should do the research. Just saying, it's sad people don't realize this going on. Okay, watch. You'll see. Oh, okay. So yeah, I was gonna say I had no idea. That's why I was getting confused by your question, because I never really heard of that. I've always, well, granted, I never really looked at many companies. I feel like the only companies that I kind of look at are the companies that are within like my building or like my current job. And just so for my current company, I obviously it's just one company though, so that was kind of just where my mindset was. But I never looked into those stuff. I never really researched that. I've always just been super focused on just getting the CompTIA A plus, honestly. But no, yeah, now that you ended up bringing that to my attention, I could definitely go and do the research on that. I had no idea. That is crazy. I mean, I've always figured, like, for me, something I like I said, which I answered previously, but I don't know, you made me feel like I didn't answer when I said this, but I answered previously, which was like, for different jobs like maintenance, I feel like I've always noticed how there'll be more men hired in those fields, and I would notice that there are, girls who would try to get into those fields, but then they would get denied for BS reasons, and it would be weird because it would be like, you never had experience, but then it's like, then they hire the dude who really didn't have experience. So it's like I said, I noticed it for those fields. I just never really noticed it in tech, but that's just because I never researched that. I've currently just been I don't know, that just never came across my mind to like look up how that is. But hey, thank you for pointing that out for me. I could definitely go and look into that and see how that is. So I'm just highlighting an issue most don't. Yeah, okay. That's pretty damn, that's crazy. That is crazy. That type of stuff be happening. Says, hey, what's up, Marzi? I see you. Hey, what's up, BC? How are you, my guy? Says, yes, I'm already working on Qatar. Actually, I'm from Kashmir. I've studied from past 1 year. And I was afraid of person view, so that is why I done Tech Plus. Is now I am going for this. Okay, I'm sorry. I couldn't really understand much. I know that you're saying you studied from the past year and that you're basically going for the CompTIA A plus, but you were afraid of a person's view, I think is what you said there. Um, but yeah, hey, you're already. Oh, and you're already working at Qatar. I don't know. I don't know what that is. I don't know if is that like an IT support job, or are you just saying like where that you basically have a job? Hold on. Let me just see. I or maybe you're talking about the place, Qatar. Yeah, I think in Qatar. Oh, yeah, you're probably saying that you already have an IT support job out there. Okay, hey, bro, that is dope. That is actually really dope. I love people. I love when people act, like already have careers in IT support. Cause man, I wish. But for me, like I've always stated, I work in a very like secure job in a unionized job. So sometimes it's hard for me to just be like, let me jump from here and then go to IT support. I feel like that's always been the one of the most difficult things to do, which is why I would genuinely prefer an internal transfer. But if that's not the case, I think I would do any you know, probably depending on the like I said earlier, the 4 states that I would like to end up moving to. Um, maybe, but who knows? We'll have to see. You said you don't know person view. It is the exam taker, proctor, exam taker of CompTIA. Oh, I had no idea. Person view. Oh my god. Oh, Pearson. Sorry. It's because you were saying person. I didn't know you were saying Pearson. No, yes, Pearson view. Yes, I do know that. My fault. My fault. My fault. Yes, I do know about that. So I'm trying to get back to my CompTIA exams. You said, what if you got certified and you still couldn't find a job? What would you do? I'm already working at a job. I just previously just said that. I'm working at this job, like I said, that is very stable, that is very secure. I work literally every single day. Yeah, you said maybe spelling mistakes. Sorry. No, yeah, it's fine. It's fine, my guy. Yeah, because you wrote person. It's Pearson. I think it's supposed to be like an A somewhere, but no, yeah, it's all good. But if I were to end up getting certified, like I said, I already have a job, and the job obviously pays well. It's very secure, and it's a hard job to end up losing. I just personally want to pursue IT because I feel like IT is more or less a passion for me. So honestly, if it didn't work, I would be fine because I still have a really good stable job. So I think I would be okay. But I do plan on just getting more certifications and getting a degree. And honestly, that was something that I've thought of is like, what if I went that far to where I got, my like 12-ish or 10-ish certifications and then I got my degree or yeah, like my degree. And then let's say I mastered in it or something. I always thought of like, well, what if all that didn't really work out? But I think for me, I personally wouldn't mind it. Like I said, I feel like I really just want to have it. And if it just were to never become something, then that's just okay. As long as I really tried towards something, I feel like I just don't want to regret not trying something or not trying to do, something that I'm passionate about. So I personally believe, if I tried it, if I pursued it, if I, put my all into it, then I would have no regret. I'll be like, at least I did it, At least I tried, at least I went for it. But yeah, that's one of my things. And then also too, like I said, I still have a good like stable current job. If that wasn't the case, then I probably would feel like damn, I regret it. You know what I mean? Because imagine I'm like working somewhere, or let's say I'm not working at all, and then I pursued all these certs and these degrees. I could see why that could be like, damn, like I wasted my time. I could have pursued something else. But because I already have a good job, I'm just kind of like, there's no real thing. It's kind of just wanting to do it. Says IT feels a flex. You are same like me. I work as a data encoder. Now I want to shift to IT. No, yes, man. Well, a data encoder, I feel like that's definitely way better than what the hell I'm doing now. Like my job is a great job, but I like I said, my job deals with everything but tech. So literally for me, it's kind of like, it's more like, well, actually, I personally think I like my job. I just wish there was tech in there, like just a little bit of tech. Like if there was a tiny bit, I fixed a computer a day. I think I would be at peace because I love technology, man. It's I'm very passionate about that. You put you wrote HY. I'm so sorry. I don't know if that's supposed to be like a some people abbreviate their words. I'm like, I don't know what the hell HY is. Abbreviation. Let me see. Oh hell yeah. I wasn't even thinking. For some reason, I was thinking hi. I was like, what the hell is hi? But no, yeah. Let me delete this because I don't understand why this is popping up. Sorry, I was trying to read something. But then what else was I about to get into? I think honestly that might be it, man. I've been talking for about an hour and 21 minutes. I'm exhausted. I mean, if y'all have any more questions, we can keep it going. But off the top of my head, man, I don't know. I mean, the only thing, like I said, that I gotta end up doing next is I really have to finish studying the data loss prevention or protection for the security section, or prevention, yes. Then I gotta get into the IAM, which is the Identity Access Management Directory Services. So I can't wait to end up learning about all those things, which should be super fun. And then finally getting into subtopic number 2. And it's 9:22, so it's a reasonable time to just like continue pushing forward, man. Truly. So solving problems is fun. Sounds like what you're missing. No, yeah. Well, actually, no. At my current job, that's literally what I do, though. Like, literally at my current job, it's solving problems for people, but it's just not tech related. So I feel like I finally found something that feels like a lot closer to what I'm passionate about. But since it's not tech related, it's like I'm realizing that my true passion is technology. Like, I think even if I wasn't solving an issue, but I was just dealing with technology as my job, I genuinely would be like through the moon. Through the moon. But as of right now though, I think I'm in the best place that I could be because since I am solving problems for people, I've learned like how good that really feels to make people happy or to give people like an answer for something they don't get. And then they leave with more knowledge. Like that's something I've realized that I genuinely like with my current job. And then also too, like even with YouTube, like YouTube also gives me that same feeling too when people come in here and they say things like, "Damn, I see you studying, I see you doing your thing. This really inspires me to keep pushing. This inspires me to get my certification, and stuff like that." I'm like that stuff also like makes me super happy too. Like where I'm just like, oh my goodness, like people get inspired from me, studying or from me talking about my IT journey or documenting my journeys. Um, that stuff it just feels so good. It feels so good. I just wish I had some tech. You said I need to see more of what you're doing, seriously. I mean, well, I can't really show what my job is. I mean, unless you're talking about me studying. I the only reason why I stopped showing myself studying as much is because I feel like that slowed me down when it came to my studying. But if we're talking about my current job, that's really hard to do, obviously, because if I show my job, it's like I probably would get fired. Like, I mean, it's hard to lose the job, but once you do that, that's done. So I wouldn't know how to really show people. I mean, I can always tell stories, but the biggest thing is that I feel like there's really not much of a story. It's just kind of like people come in and they have questions. When they have questions, I'm expected to answer it. And then if things need to be solved, things that are a little bit more deeper, I'm basically the one that goes out and would have to go solve that, if that makes sense. So it's like, I don't know. I think it's just basically like I'm just answering questions. It's a lot of paperwork. Um, but it's really fun. But it's hard to explain, of course, because I don't want to like sit here and do that. Let's say someone from the company finds the channel, boom. Now I'm screwed just to say it on YouTube for no reason. I could probably mention all this stuff later in the future. But like I said also too, I do a lot of freelance work, and then I do a lot of labs on the outside of this as well to end up building my technical side of things. Which I never minded showing you guys those things. It's just every time I do it, I always forget to record because I'm just so like in the just doing it. Because normally I do it on the date my days off, so it'll just be like someone has an issue with some technology, and I hop on it. I'm like yes, and then during that moment, I can't even think or be like, oh, pick up the camera and record. There was only one time I did that for, and it's on my channel if you guys want to watch that YouTube video where I showed myself doing a bit of freelance work. I think I called it freelance work or something, I forgot. But I have that YouTube video out where I was doing some of that work. But it's hard to just remember to pull the damn camera out. But the good news is though is with the freelance work and with my current job, though the freelance work isn't most of the time it doesn't have to deal with like me doing stuff for someone's computer. It's always like other technology that people need help with. Um but pretty much then what was I about to say? It's always other people's stuff or other technology. Damn, I forgot. I hate having bad memory, y'all. Because then once I forget, I just think about it the whole time and trying to remember, and then I just never remember. Hmm. I was gonna say, because I do things for people that's not necessarily on the computer, it's other technology devices. But I don't know. My main point is that it's just hard to remember to record. Oh, that's what I was gonna say, sorry. So the current job and then the freelance work that I do, I feel like it also teaches me how to discuss with people who really don't know the answer, and then you kind of have to like explain it to them in terms that they get it. Obviously with my current job not being IT, it's a little bit different, or technical, it's a little bit different. But with the freelance work and it being technical, it's very similar. And I'm just like, oh, I see the similarities that come where you're trying to basically explain things to people who may not understand it, or try to explain why certain things are working, why certain things aren't working, how they could avoid the issue in the future. And I'm just like, oh my goodness, like it really works on your communication skills like crazy. That's always been my biggest thing. Is like communication is huge. Says true. He says it is hard, multiple things at once, so your main focus on the main important thing at the time. No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because like imagine me trying to like prop up a camera, but I'm genuinely trying to like fix this damn technical issue, and also too it'd be stressful. It'd be stressful sometimes because sometimes like things don't work right away. So you're sitting there having to really like look into it, and especially with me being a beginner and a lot newer, I try to go down the line of like, the basics of what you should do, wires first, check if everything's plugged in, and then, from there. But then sometimes you could forget the whole wire part, so you're sitting there trying to troubleshoot, and you're like, hold on, this ain't even plugged in. Like, what am I doing? Like, I'm sitting here acting like this camera's broken and I didn't even plug it into the wall yet. Like, come on. So it'd be like little stuff like that. Obviously, that hasn't been a real issue, but it's I feel like it's always tiny things though that I do tend to be like, how did I forget that? Um, so I of course though with repetition is the easier and the better I guess. He said Unc be losing memory. No, I'm telling y'all, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like my vitamin D levels being low, but my memory is so bad. It is so bad. I mean, I'm shocked I was even able to remember what I was about to tell y'all. But mm-mm. My memory is like garbage. Truly, truly, truly. By the way, if y'all have any YouTube IT support videos, ideas, y'all can definitely go drop that down below. I would love to see if I could potentially make a video out of it. It depends on necessarily if it revolves around IT enough. Kind of sometimes, like some people, they don't really know much about YouTube. They might just give a topic that's so random. I'm just like, huh? I don't know how I'm gonna make a video out of that one, but we can end up seeing how we do that. But man, I want to be able to study with y'all, but I'm telling y'all, man. I mean, sometimes I do it with y'all, like here. I remember Like when it comes to the keywords, I don't mind doing that stuff with y'all, but right now I'm not doing keyword stuff. But I remember I did this whole thing on stream. I'm about to go and show y'all. I'm about to go and show y'all real quick. But I remember we did this whole thing on stream here where we were talking about the Windows settings. I did the keywords, the location. Like this was super fun. This was super fun to do. Oh my goodness, I loved it. And then I had to do the Mac OS thing. Just because, like, I was getting confused a little bit by these. Actually, no, I wasn't. I don't know why I wrote that. I was getting confused by this, though. Static IP, DHCP, subnet, DNS. I was going crazy. That's why I wrote this, like, 5 different times where I was like, bruh, what the hell? That was something else. I'm so happy I fixed that. Oh, damn, I gotta sit up. What am I doing? I'm, like, leaned all the way back. I was out of frame. He said, what do you do to rewind down, or I guess wind down? Normally, what I do to wind down, I honestly, I would say it's like music because I'm somebody where I tend not to like to wind down. I don't know why, but sometimes it feels so unproductive for me to relax or for me to like play a game, watch a movie, watch a show. And I've realized that even when I'm doing those things, I tend to get like hard on myself, and I'm like, you could be studying, or you could be doing this, you could be doing that. So I've been trying to learn how to allow myself to wind down. It's been tough. It's been tough, but hey, I mean, I do wind down, but I feel like it's just not the same for other people, like how it is for other people, man. Because I'm just like, I just be wanting to do more, but I gotta let myself breathe a little bit, and then also too, I gotta be proud of myself because there's a lot of things that I do, like there's a lot of things that it's hard to explain to like the average person, especially because some people they may not be as like sympathetic, but there's a lot of things that's happened in life, and I feel like for me to be like where I'm at and the things that I'm doing and the way that my mind like works is like I'm genuinely shocked that this is like how I am. You know what I mean? Like I'm very proud and like happy, but I give all glory to God because man, I'm telling you, if it wasn't for God, that's why literally my hoodie, right? Is this the right hoodie? Oh yeah, I think it says it's never luck, it's always God. I would say like if it wasn't for God, man, I don't know how I do anything. Like truly, because like man. But everything just ended up working out in the end. I mean, I know I'm 22, but as of right now, things feel really great. But I feel like looking back at like everything that has happened in life, I'm just like, whoa. I'm like, whoa, like it is crazy where I'm at. You say you didn't take the CompTIA A plus test right yet. No, I have not. I actually don't have like, because I said I wanted to take core 2 by April, and I haven't took core 1 yet either. But I said I wanted to take core 2 by April, but I'm kind of like I don't want to say slacking behind because I feel like slacking comes off like I wasn't studying. But it wasn't that I wasn't studying, it's that I ran into a topic that actually like threw me for a damn loop. And so every time I kept trying to study the topic, I couldn't understand it. So it took me about like 3 extra days just to understand that. So then I was already 3 days like delayed. And then there was just other things that were going on at the time. And then that kind of delayed me as well. So I was just like, damn, like I wish I could have just understood this concept, because if I did immediately, I would have been able to move forward. So what I learned, and that's why I made the YouTube video of me talking about like feeling overwhelmed and stuff. What I learned is like when I give myself an expectation or like a time limit, it tends to actually like drain me more than it makes me, I feel like, happy. I think it was the last video I uploaded saying I didn't expect learning IT support to feel like this. That video, I was pretty much just talking about how me having like the expectation on myself just started to drain me. And then what's even crazier is like the expectation doesn't even come from other people. Like when the expectation comes from yourself, that hits different. It's like, how is my own expectation like messing with me? It's like, girl, just move your expectation over. Like, it's okay. So I've been trying to end up doing that. So I don't really like telling people when I feel like I'm gonna end up taking the test. I think I'm just gonna take it when, of course, I've studied everything in core 2, then I'm gonna take core 2, and then when I study everything in core 1, then I'll take core 1. I actually don't know much about computers, so which is also why when it does come to the CompTIA A+, I can't just sit there and do a lot of practice tests and then think I'm gonna pass. I actually don't know much. So everything I've learned about computers are simply because it's been 112 days of learning about computers. Like, truly, this is why this journey is so I feel like unique because I came into this with knowing nothing. And like literally day one of my streams, y'all could go back. I knew nothing. Everyone was there. And the day one of my stream captures the first moment that I've even learned about a computer. I learned about hardware. And I think that's like the sickest thing to have on this channel. Even the same thing with my web dev content. I have videos that document the first time I wrote one line of code. You know what I mean? And that's the whole point of this journey on YouTube is I'm not the type of person to be like, I boxed for 3 years. Now let me show you me boxing. No, I'm gonna show you me boxing the first day, and then we're gonna go 3 years long with it. You know what I mean? So this channel is just, it's different, man. Like if y'all go back to day one, I knew nothing about computers. And I still basically know nothing. The only stuff I know was within these 112 days. So there's 2 parts of the CompTIA A plus, right, for the test hardware and software. Yeah, basically, because core 1 is, yeah, I think pretty much, because core 1 is hardware. I know core 2 is software, but core 2 also has security, and it has the operational needs and software troubleshooting. Well, I guess technically, software. So yeah, pretty much. And then yeah, the other one is hardware, but I forgot what exactly. Let me see if I can find it. I don't really look too much at the CompTIA A plus hardware section. Actually, let me go back to Exam Compass. I don't really look too much at that one. I did for a second, which I honestly should have just finished core 1, but I felt like because core 1 is going to be a lot more easier, because also too, I think the passing score for core 2 is what, like 760? Oh, it's a 700, like a complete 700. But the passing score on core 1 is 675, so it's just a little bit less, but that obviously is going to make me think, yeah, core 1 might be a bit more easier compared to core 2. Especially too, because I feel like core 1 tends to be stuff that we kind of naturally know in a way. Like we have a phone, but we might understand battery a lot more better, or RAM or hard drive disk, like in the mobile devices section. Obviously, it's going to be a lot more harder though when you get to the network connectivity. But it's still going to be slim. But I know core 1 has networking in general. It has a lot to do with networking here. And then, of course, 3 is hardware. Then the last one is virtualizing and cloud computing. And oh wait, there's a 5th one. It's hardware and network troubleshooting. I didn't even know. But honestly, that's probably why I was struggling with network and freaking core 2, because I think they're assuming that you took core 1 already. And I didn't know that they had a whole damn network section. So that's probably why I'm so confused. I was wondering, bro, because I'm like, why is this person, because even with the person asking me about the TV, and even the test asking me about the TV6, I'm like, that's not even on here, but it's actually, the IPv4. I was like, that's not even on core 2, but it's actually on core 1. So that's why I was so, like, confused. Even with static, dynamic, subnet mask, gateway, I was like, what the hell are these things? So maybe I should have went with core 1, but some people do core 2 first, just because it's a little bit more difficult. But yeah, the little bit of networking stuff that they were trying to teach me in core 2, that had me messed up. Genuinely. I'm hoping that I could edit my first couple of monetization videos this week, because I do plan on opening up memberships next week and being able to allow that early access content. I think that's going to be super fun. Obviously, I'm not expecting, I don't expect everyone to pay for it, and I don't expect anyone actually to do it. I think it'll be crazy if somebody did. But I am going to be putting in a lot of work for the early access videos, but I think it's going to be super, at the end of the day, it's going to force me to really edit those videos anyway, even though it's going to come out like years later. I think it's just going to be a great place to kind of place those videos there, so I can't wait to get into it, man. I cannot wait. But I am going to end up popping off here. I didn't know I was going to be talking to y'all for this long. Oh my goodness, y'all are super goated for chilling with me, spending time with me. But I am gonna dip. What I'm going to do though is I am going to put up the 12-hour study session from now, probably all the way up until maybe 3 in the morning. I'm not sure. We'll see. So if you guys are planning on studying or for a certification or just studying for anything, then this is the place to be. You can end up sticking around and just studying with me, or you guys could pretty much dip if you're not going to study. That's all right. But yeah, I can't wait. I'm going to put the study session up because I am exhausted. Actually, hold on, I gotta pause this too because I don't think I like this clip. Lastly, said also you during the beginning of this test, there's a section where they show you a picture of something and you gotta label it with word they give you. But this is good because you're gonna meet people that did this, so take their word and just adjust it to the best. No, yes. Yes. Yeah, I was gonna say because for the PBQs, I figured that there's probably gonna be pictures. There's probably gonna be certain words you gotta match with each other. So I'm assuming you're talking about the PBQs, unless you're talking about something completely different, or there's something from like the test that I gotta remember. I mean, on here. But yeah, hopefully somebody could point it out to me when I get there. Hopefully, because who knows. I do gotta end up setting this up though before I go. Cause I kind of don't want to do that video. I have a couple of them. Oh, actually, I guess it is that video. Never mind. All right. So I will be catching y'all in the next one. Y'all are super goated. Oh yeah, you were talking about the PBQ. Yes. As I said, the PBQs are gonna be tough, man. But I definitely am gonna put my all into it. Catch y'all in the next one. Deuces.